Ciao! Hi everybody, welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonius Drosera, Captain of PRISMA and Space Mafia VTuber. Today is March 31st, 2026. We're back with another late stream. Oops. What's up, Mr. Hiker? It's birthday week, baby. So excited. Hope you're all doing well. We're just Thank you, thank you. One more day, and then it's my birthday. So I figured we'd start early. We'd start celebrating early. Um, a lot of fun stuff this week. We've got. What do you think of my pixel art? It's good. Did you just like put it into like a thing, like a filter, or did you? Thank you, Wonky. The big 28, crazy. Um, got some fun stuff this week. Wednesday, we've got our super secret stream. And Saturday, we've got our birthday streamathon. Very exciting. I'm still wrapping up a bunch of stuff for that, so that's why I've been doing some late streams recently, so I apologize. Exciting stuff. I'm revealing the next outfit theme this weekend, and also rolling out a little mini update, so look forward to that little mini model update. And we'll do a little, I think we'll do like a 12-hour stream. That's usually what we do. I haven't decided what we're gonna do yet. I'm leaning towards, I kind of want to play the entirety of Undertale, but I don't know if that's what we'll do. We'll see. Still figuring it out. But yeah, hope you guys are doing well. Not really a lot to say today. Undertale is goated. I love Undertale. I think we're just gonna jump right into it. We are finishing up the second case in Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and we're starting the third one today as well. So, which I am told this upcoming case is like the longest one in Ace Attorney Investigations. I don't know if that's true or not. So it's gonna be a minute. So I want to get a good start on that one, and we'll finish this current one, which I've been really enjoying. It's been an interesting concept. So we will finish that, and yar. Whoops, sorry. My cat is too clean for her age. She's at least 16 years old. Damn. You got an elder, bro. Let's see here. You'll bolt through my door before I can close it. God damn, bro. Okay. So I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best to explain the case so far. She's quite good for her age. Yeah, no, that's great for 16. So this case takes place in a prison. It happens directly after the first case with, what's up, Viral? Happens directly after the first case, in which Bronco Knight was found guilty for aye, Captain. Thank you. Bronco Knight was found guilty of murder of his co-worker. Him and his co-worker were both like the lead. I can't hear you. They were the lead the head like bodyguards for the president uh of Zhangfa, a make believe country, um, but a real country in this universe. So Bronco Knight basically like utilized. I guess the president wanted to like make a fake. Uh, he staged like a fake assassination attempt so that he could like up his popularity, if that makes sense. Like, you know, curry favor with the masses. Um, and Bronco Knight was going to be the one that carried it out, but instead of like attempting and instead of like staging an attempted assassination of the president, he murdered the other bodyguard basically. So Bronco Knight went to jail. That was what happened in the first case. Now in the second case, he was in his holding cell and then was found dead. And so now we're trying to figure out who murdered him. Kay Faraday is our like assistant, I guess. Dick Gumshoe is our detective. Bronco Knight already kind of went over him. Eddie Fender is he is the senior partner at Edgeworth and Co. and former assistant to my father, also Simeon Saint's attorney. Simeon Saint is the one who is being suspected for murder. Rocco Carcerato is one of the inmates. He attempted to escape from his cell, or from prison, basically. We have Verity Gavel and Eustace Winter, which are basically working together, trying to like be prosecutors for, or they are the prosecutors for this case. Fifi Lagarde, she is the prison warden. Frank Sawit is another, he is another inmate. Bodhidharma Kanis is another inmate. Shilong Lang is he is another detective, I guess. And Regina Berry is she's the animal trainer at the Berry Big Circus. So basically the whole concept of this case was that there was a circus performance that went on during the murder, that was present in this, like, for some reason was a circus performance at the jail. Also there's a lot of animals at this jail. It's a very strange jail. But yeah. And then just to go over the evidence here, we got the building layout. This is what the prison looks like. There was a pocket chess set that was found where Knight was murdered, which I guess was his. Here's obviously the crime scene. You see the chess set. There's a tarp. There's a rope. His neck is bloody, and there's a rubber glove with blood and like mud on it, I think. This is the rubber glove. You can see the blood and the mud on it. This is the rope that was discovered on top of Knight's body. The bloody tarp. Animals' pets used to be kept in prisons until Porky became bacon. The bloody tarp, colorful tarp found by the victim's body. Some of these were being stored in Workshop A. These are the door sensors. They open the doors if an animal is detected, but raise the alarm if an inmate's bracelet is detected. Prisoners are not allowed to move about freely. The prison roll call held 3 times a day, 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. The victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call. A prisoner turned a pig into uncooked bacon. Bro. The dog chess piece carved for fun by Canis. Yeah, this was like a weird thing with the he had like a unique chess piece. He also seems to be engaged in correspondence chess via postal mail, which I think we determined he was doing that with the victim, which is why we assumed it was Connus, but I guess it's not. Winter Gavel and the warden searched the prison for the murder weapon, but couldn't find anything in terms of the murder weapon. Knight was playing correspondence chess against Connus. Did the two have some sort of connection? Security camera footage. The timestamp is off due to a 3-hour gap in the footage. This was actually recorded around 9 a.m. And it shows that I think it was Carcerado was like glommed by his little polar bear buddy. Security gates deployed at the entrances to both the detention center and the prison proper, capable of detecting items made of metal. Tunnel prints. A photo of the tunnel between the prison and the detention center shows paw prints made by a bear. The interim report suggests that the cause of death was a stab wound to the neck inflicted by a sharp blade. Death was instantaneous. Contains traces of blood. Hidden by Connus inside his dog's mouth has a small bell attached to it. And this is Mr. Connus's bells. Only 2 such bells exist. One is attached to Helmet the dog, the other to Connus's knife, which was seized by the police during his arrest. I think that's gonna come into play. The fact that there's only 2 bells. Okay, so currently we are now recreating the circus performance using Kay's, is it Little Thief, I think it's what it's called, which is a little device that she can use to like recreate the scene of a crime. Pretty cool. And that's pretty much it. If you're confused about anything, feel free to ask. Obviously that I just went over a lot of information. But you know, I like to recap everything just so everybody can get somewhat familiar with what the hell is going on, because these cases get very long and very involved. So you know, I try to do like a little recap at the beginning of each stream that we do with these. All right, so here we go. Let's just start from left to right. Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb it if I... Please don't. It's electrified. I wonder what's on the other side. The warden's office, I believe. I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets. This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison. It's the pen that held Azia, the Asian elephant. Now empty, as the lady herself is on stage. I wonder how they got her in here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through the fence. Kinda risky, no? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzler, alright. I'll need to give it some more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. The basket was empty in the other recreation. Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry. I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? That basket's for holding Izzy's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Ooh. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. Interesting. I'm guessing this cart was used for something. The Great Thief's great secret weapon. Color me intrigued, Mouserino. Not exactly by the book stuff though, yeah? Using Great Thief doodads in an official investigation. Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax. Like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you. That would be very helpful. This pond is home to Warden Lagarde's beloved alligator. Look, those bones must be from her latest meal. I somewhat doubt an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that. You think? I got the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually. If you say so. Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these kind of things. An interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show, though we know there were a few empty seats during the performance. Huh? Something about this space, the way the seats are arranged, reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of the night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. Tell me... oh wait, she's saying that, my bad. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did. She did well to take second place, or perhaps stole is more apt? Was it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on the stage, too. Oh, he was wonderful, the way he flew off that stage. Oh yes, that scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in this performance. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry? Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes. It's definitely enough time to do a murder, but we're trying to prove that he's innocent, so that won't do. Just as Judge Gavel said. Isn't it pretty hairy health and safety-wise having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all. I mean, I kind of want him to die anyway. As he is very gentle. Not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Azia, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Who, me? Oh, no. It was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. His big thing. Simeon's got a big thing. It's as bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy is scared out of his skin. I'd hope to have him track that scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time. Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta go steal us some data. I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. Well, I'm more of an act first, think later gal. Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest. So do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Alice is the cutest. Cute? That full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond? Are you sure about that? Can't help worrying you could just walk up and then... you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. she like turns over and like she sees the alligator like eat a guy's arm. Oh. Ooh. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. Give her a Snickers bar. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Super. Don't rope me into this. Don't say a word, sir. I just know what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is? Yeah, you're looking for your Postmates order. Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. Never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. Let's try the metal detector. How do we do that? Are we deducing? Oh yeah, we're deducing. Items around the well, pulleys, a rope, and a weight. What were they being used for? Zia the elephant, star of the show, alongside Regent, the tiger, and Saint. A trick of some kind enabled Azia to send Saint flying. One of the Detective Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons used to find metal. A single 30-pound weight was found by the well, and food for Azia that was in the cart until the day before the show. It was gone by the next morning. Okay, I'm thinking the metal detector and the 30-pound weight. Because it's metal. So... oh, okay. Okay. Pulleys, a rope, and a weight? Well, using that with the metal detector. Huh. I was sure that was gonna be a winner. The disappearing apples. I do feel like the cart was maybe used to transport a body, perhaps. That does feel very, like... I don't know. Mr. Saint's big moment. Azia and the disappearing apples? Okay, okay. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Azia. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them. Oh. Are you sure about that? Oh, yes. It was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved to somewhere within Azia's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind. Damn, she eat that many apples? A whole cart full of apples? Do elephants really eat that much? I guess they are pretty big. They are kind of a unit. Which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, okay? Will do. I'll add it into the simulation of the performance then. Updating based on what Regina told us now. There, all done. Okay, whoops. Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant. To hold Azia's apples, right? Yep, it was full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight? Ooh, did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. Alright, let's keep moving. Let's keep it chugging. Okay. The basket was moved by someone the night before the show. Could it be... I don't know. Mr. Saint's big moment. A trick of some kind enabled Azia to send Saint flying. Was it the... Maybe it was the items around the well? Okay. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene would have something to do with all the items we found by the well. Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? Mr. Thief. You got it. Taking another look at these items. Could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I could maybe add it to the simulation. Good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that. I'll be right back. Two hours later. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, how does it work? He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope, and lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through two more pulleys, and was tied around his body. I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped what he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right, and to do that, he used a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I have to steal it. This one has to go in the Great Thieves' repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kind of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh, right. Then we can run how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. And now to add in the data. Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Okay. Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that? That's genius. Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him, at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes, but why is it here? But why is it here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've gone kind of blank. And I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. Not even his thoughts are safe. I really want to kiss Phoenix Wright. Hey, stop! It's one heavy weight. Kind of makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon. It does. I'm not sure I quite see it myself. 30 pounds. Oh, too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big ol' albatross. Then we see how you like it. Jesus. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. It made clever use of 2 ropes. Okay, is that all? Is that it? Oh, we're going, okay. Pulling a rope. I suppose the 2 do tend to go together. They sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other. Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. This is the rope that was hanging down the well. There's no pinata. There's no pinata at the end of it. Definitely no bucket. Do try to be serious, Kay. Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. So cut it out with that stare of yours. Actually, she may be on to something. We might want to consider what could have really been attached to the end of the rope. Interesting. A knife. Alright, back to deduction maxing. Okay, the metal detector, the basket of apples, 30-pound weight, and the pulling force. The 30-pound weight and the pulling force? Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you? No. You haven't noticed, Detective? There's something strange about the weight we found. What it's made of? The material it's made of is odd. And what's so odd about that? You didn't see it? Nope. Me neither. Actually, me neither. God damn it. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta take this seriously. Let me think about this again. So, what's the problem here? How heavy it is? How there's only one? Is there supposed to be 2? How heavy it is? The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. More weight would have been needed to, yeah, that makes sense, I mean, I don't know how heavy he is. It could be like 25 pounds, you know? He seems lanky. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah. In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Well, how do I tell him I want to use them? Insufficient weight. Metal detector? Okay. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Ah, jeez. I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. So before we get started, let me run you through how to use how the metal detector works, sir. It's simple enough. It uses this sound and this gauge to tell how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, oh my god, Just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, defense. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want to look, sir, and I'll get right on it. Oh, we got something. Sure, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a little look-see. Huh? Found these little guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? I count... Whoops. Shit. I count 4 altogether, sir. There'd be more than enough to send him flying. So somebody hid several of the same weights as the one by the well. But why? And why over here? Yes, nice work, me. Alligator. That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? It's a mecha-gator. No, I guess it swallowed something. You're sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir. I'm sure this is something different, and I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. That must be why it's been acting strange. And she's gone. We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Huh? Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately. That's the name. Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir. Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights? I hardly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? Was it the weapon? Did he swallow like a weapon? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. Designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket, though. I was thinking the basket of apples, but maybe that's too large to fit through the well. Did he eat one of the... Well, he must have eaten something metal, right? If if the metal detector is picking it up, it must mean that he ate something metal. Oh, contraption that used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, and 2 lengths of rope to send Saint flying through the show. There's only 2 pulleys. Simple maths. Oh, no? Where's the other rope? I only see 1 rope. Mr. Edgeworth, I think I've cracked the case, sir. What if the killer was an invisible man? Go on. Well, the weapon came out of nowhere, and nobody knows how the body was moved. None of that makes sense until you put an invisible man in the picture. Detective, don't tell me you think invisible people really exist. Well, that's the thing. We don't know they exist because we can't see them. Oh no, sir. But it'd be fun to see one though, huh? What a winning idea. Else we should make your assignment to Mr. Winner permanent from tomorrow. You gotta be kidding me. That kid probably still believes in Santa Claus. What do you mean? Santa Claus is real. People in glass houses. Okay, I need to make some sort of a deduction here. Maybe it's the rope? I mean, there's only 1 rope. Okay, think about the 2 recreations. The one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the 2. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah. Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the missing rope went? It was discovered on Knight's body. This rope was found beside Knight's body. Wait, you mean... Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying... Yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that, and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weights was... Was it the body? It can only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. Uh-huh. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Yes, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That does not prove our client innocent, unfortunately. Ooh. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden, so that no one would realize they'd been replaced with the body. Precisely. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere? The tarp. This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Oh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well, which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. But what about what Judge Gavelle said yesterday? If Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show, right? Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Barry, what exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished at around midnight? In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that point. It couldn't have happened at 9 p.m. because that's when the check happens. Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells, which means Canis isn't the killer. Okay. Body used as weight, basket of apples? The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body at around the same time. Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! What's up? Yes, miss. What can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where is the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Warden Lagarde is the only one with a key? Meaning if someone did open that door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Or they were her. Thanks for the help. Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. So we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Did they turn off the power or something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? We might have lost power had a breaker been flipped. I was thinking the gate, but... Security gates? Or maybe the door sensors. The security gates. Okay. Security camera. Oh, because it was 3 hours late. It was 3 hours late, so that must have been why. Because the power was out. There's a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was. So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to? It seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. It would. Which means the killer would have been someone who had access to the breakers. It seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be, could it? Bro, am I right? Was I right? I was right. It is the fucking prison warden. But why'd she do it? Alright, little thief. Your work here is done. Hmm? Uh-oh. First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. Good morning, Mr. Winner. You? How'd you get here before me? Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gavelle. This is not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Damn. Associate, more like asinine. We'll see about that. Eustace, let's begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, and I'll get some officers to help. That won't be necessary. Why not? We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner. Your Honor. Whoops. I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I am sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat. You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have been fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination. The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocent. Innocence. Damn it, I screwed that up. That's gonna sound so cool. Interesting, and spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Gulp. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Mr. Cosserato did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. Well, no, because it was suspended in the air. Of course he wouldn't see it, because it was in the like, the corridor, the vertical corridor of the well, right? So he wouldn't have seen it. Do they have the diagram of the... This isn't God of War. Does it say God of War? Oops. What's up, Hudson? Ace Attorney. There we go. Oopsies. What's up? What's up? Did we not have a diagram of the tunnel system? The tunnel system? I guess not. I could have sworn we did, though. Okay. Well, no, he would have seen. He wouldn't have seen the body because it was suspended in the air in the well portion of the tunnel, which means that if he was like on the ground in the tunnel connecting to the well, the body would be. It would still be in the tunnel, or not the tunnel, the well. You get what I'm saying? Like if there's a perpendicular, if the cave like connects to the well is going vertically, which means that if the body was held up by a rope, it wouldn't have been able to be like viewed, right? That's still your assertion, and you can prove it, of course. Of course she can. Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. She really is a very busy woman, busy looking after baby Winner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as it's stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. You would do a lot with 4 inches. Not now, Eustace. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gavel hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might. Judge Gavel's theory. The body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. No, that's not true. Okay, maybe I need to... Maybe I need to press her a little bit first. That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer, you're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you were certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Mr. Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the goddess of justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue. It isn't. It's purple. Is this a court or a cult? If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come, show me your evidence. Isn't it possible that Mr. Carcerado simply failed to notice the body? Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you have been through the secret passage, have you not? Well, how'd you know? I noticed the mud on you yesterday. On that charming key in your hand, to be precise. That's incredible. You could see a great thief with eyes like that. You could be a great thief with eyes like that. Answer me truthfully in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed a body had one been present? Well, you know, I guess I would have. There you have it. Mr. Carcerado did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see.
Hold it!
Could you talk to us through your reasoning on that a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the keys from Mr. Carcerado. Or more specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerado crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there there was no body there yet. Wait a second, that doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerado smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Mr. Carcerado had crawled through it. Mr. Carcerado used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended. From which you deduce that the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprits must be. We both know that the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Miss Barry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show, and those who were not have plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards left their post during the show. I have checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. She's thorough, I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth? The killer could only have been Simeon Saint. Judge Gavelle hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet, which means we've got an advantage. We've got the advantage for a change. I should review the evidence we gathered during our investigation of the yard. Mr. Carcerado did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know that the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. The Breakers? Okay, there we go. There it is. Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. And contraption? Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick. Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage? It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With the second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could not have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show. You're saying Mr. Saint himself set the contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, hmm? Even you must see how this looks. If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavelle theorized without those extra steps. Miss Barry? Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform, so I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You've certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well, if it is her will that we must fight. Then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. Alright, hit me with it. Why Saint is the suspect. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why would such an unwieldy object why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. Pretty sus! Dum, 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 dum. I forgot this game was translated like recently. But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape. I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge. If I was moved to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint. Thus, he remains the only plausible suspect. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint. I don't know why she thinks that. Let's press. You're certain nobody else had the opportunity. Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted. But Mr. Saint was under the same scrutiny, was he not? The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Barry, he is the only person who was free to wander where he willed. It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor. Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then recall this fact, if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who is free to walk around the prison. There was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison, a time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows there was a period of the day of the crime where oversight was limited? Did I do the breakers or the security footage?
Take that! Hold it! Hold it! Overruled! Objection! Overruled!
Objection overruled.
Take that!
Mr. Saint is far from the only person who had the opportunity. Which opportunity were we talking about again? We previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours, and from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for the length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this. Okay, the breakers. Yeah. Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened at around the time of the murder. What? Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short on the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kinda locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily. Well, that's the thing. They didn't need to gain access to it if they had it the whole time. No, but one person could have. Beg your pardon? That person, the killer, had easy access to it. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them. What? There's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is in there. It would be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was Beefy Lagarde. The real culprit is Warden Lagarde. Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little coochie woo? It's not just a pretty face, Mr. also has quite the nose for sweet things. Seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. What? Warden Lagarde is the killer? Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous. Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. So the keys? Do we still have the keys? Nope. The breakers? Chest diagram, security camera footage, security gates, tunnel prints, autopsy report, chisel. Let's just take the trick. What proves it that isn't the security or not the breakers? Door sensors? I still smelled something on Warden Lagarde just now. Whatever it was could be the key to this case. Something sweet? Is in search? Ugh. Grr. I don't know. The miracle never happened. Just doing all of them at this point. Do 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 do. So it's on one of the first two pages. I did the breakers, right? Okay. So it's one of the first two pages. The tarp? I think I did the rope. I think I did the bloody tarp. I did the door sensors. The glove? What the hell does she have on her that... Chess set? What is the... Security gates. Tunnel prints. Okay, so it's on the first page. Building layout? I did the chess set. Mr. Knight's body? Jesus. Good God, dude. What a nightmare. Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser, the police dog. We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, yeah. I'm stupid. Sweet scent was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless. Really, you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. It seems Judge Yvel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on her body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However, indeed, then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at how much more we have. 3 more testimonies. 3 more testicles. I didn't do it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have killed him there. But how am I supposed to move the body, especially as I never went into the prison? I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break. Mitchell doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear, I'm afraid you were the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and check the records. She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being as big silly. You've made a boo-boo and you know it. Okay. Victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there. You were the hydrate, Mr. Hiker. Nice. How am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison? How would you have moved the body? Too busy with work, cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check the like you won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. Okay, but like, see, Mr. Hiker, if you, damn, I only have one shot. How is the breaker room tampered with? The miracle never happened. The only time Knight's body could have been placed in the well was the night before the show. What's your move, sir? She seems awfully sure of herself. She seems pretty confident there won't be any record of her entering the prison, in which case we'll have to rely on something other than the records in question. We should listen carefully to her statements again and ask a few pertinent questions. Let's just press the whole thing. Judge Gavelle told you everything? Are you close? Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Jealous of what? I had to ask Warden Lagarde for a lot of information on the first day of our investigation. It seemed only right that I share some information in return. Oh, Verity, do you have to make it sound so awfully dry? I thought we had a lovely chat. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on, but these two are terrifyingly formidable together. The murder took place in his cell? You seem very happy to accept that. And why shouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention, and besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell. Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Carcerato. Though I didn't tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary. What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. Oops. Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison? Please, darling, let me finish. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. So you were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual? No, I can't say I did. And you didn't notice anything missing? I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone, poof, just like that. What? She still has a job? Honestly, if somebody came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed. Seems like I'll need more than the power room key to expose her. On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I'd misplaced. Even if I'd had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison, but what if you took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie, surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed. No, you had another way, and I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location. Didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The yard. Through the fence? Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence, The extremely high fence topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. Yeah, how's she supposed to have gotten through that, The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room, and only you have the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the detention center side. How would she have even reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss. You've dug yourself a real hole now. I, if there is no record of Warden Lagarde having entered the prison proper, then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. There must be some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. If I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warden Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Hmm? Mr. Edgeworth, if you cannot find it... Okay, I guess I'll just fuck myself. You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was reflexive objection, but now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. One more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker room from the wrong side of the fence? Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? An accomplice. She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Oh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo. I believe that Warden Lagarde had an accomplice. Enough. You disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth has said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. Oh, wait. The ones that raise the alarm if people go where they're not supposed to. I see that you have realized your error, and we are, of course, within the prison grounds, where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. Despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Carcerado's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated any breaker. No, so our accomplice must be human. Then who did it, given that it cannot be a prisoner or a guard? I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. I have just the evidence to show who that free-roaming person was. I'm guessing it was Mr. Sawit, because his bracelet wasn't working. This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is the prisoner? Frank Sawit, Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it? Oh yeah, I remember she was like, he's been so good recently. It's strange, isn't it, Warden, that he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while. That is pretty funky, and I don't mean in a good way. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others, Buridama Karnas, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sawit himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop, by having Mr. Sawit shut off the corresponding breakers. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And do you still deny it, Warden Lagarde? No, darling, you've got me, I admit it. Warden? Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey, I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth, you got her. Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums, no we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear, I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all-merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved. Oh, gosh, all right. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Bodhidharma Karnas, that awful assassin. Karnas? How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend that you take care of how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything? Wait, is that how he became the fixer? Yes, darling, I obeyed his every command, and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him, too. So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume. So that's what the sweet smell was. Yes, it was a signal for Karnas' dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course. Can't have been easy keeping him from finding out. Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule, meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis' dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either. She has oversight over everything here in the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done, apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. There was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So that's the secret behind the fixer's system, and why she was... The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. Well, that's why you were interrogating Mr. Karnas over and over. Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible henge people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters, then I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess games too. But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, it's... oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The words of Warden Lagard's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there is no need to hound her any longer. Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? There's definitely more. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. I think the goddess of justice would agree. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Connors does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of, even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. And where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses to signal a delivery. What do you make of that? Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carcerado provided. A smell, yeah. Always smelled kind of nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. No! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we can go? Finally, so we're actually done? Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Objection! Hold it! Who was that? Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Fender. Are you objecting to my adjourning this session? No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness. Anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. As Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Yes, I had forgotten that you were his real lawyer, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time. Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some real work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Then let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now? Amusing, but what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Fief's here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis. He did? No way. If he was convinced of committing the murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. And where'd he be out of her hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it. No. Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him. I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice. Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it, too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course. How could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all verity, darling. Do say you'll let me. As you wish. Court is unadjourned. Can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Whew, me neither. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard, and besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simeon's dependent on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there. We can't foul this up now, which means you're up to bat, Miles McSmiles. Show 'em that never rest spirit. I shall. Fabulous. Then let's get started. My truth. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes. I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would never have happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, as ever, your honesty is truly your credit. I'm certain Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping tears of gratitude. You have clearly never met Mr. Knight. He had the dog dispose of his body? Stab that poor man to death? What more can you tell us about those sordid details? Well, we all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble, especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway. They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about the night. About night. That's because I didn't, sweetie. And the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in the chess set, don't you? Awfully grisly business. Okay. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out. I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. How does she know that? Actually, I'd like to hear more about them in a little more detail, if you don't mind. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I would chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we can talk about them some more. Expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set, don't you? Would have been easy work for that vile assassin. How does she know about the... How does she know about the chisel? She shouldn't know that, right? Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please, call me Fifi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. However, I think you may have been a little less careful when you realize in this instance. Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, don't let her get inside your head. You said earlier that you didn't know much about Night. In which case I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we wouldn't check prisoners when they come in? Then why would you not have checked about the chisel? I'm not talking your way out of this, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived. What? I mean, of course that was when Mr. Saint came in. You checked him? I find that hard to believe, because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Sorry, I'm having a little snack. Judge Gabel, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an international oversight if it had been found, yet let through. Precisely. So, Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you... All right, darling. There's no need to rub it in. You got me, all right? I question Knight. That was what I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me. I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement of the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Very well. Go ahead, Warden Lagarde, and please tell us the truth this time. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. I said a question night, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I make a point of talking to every newcomer to a little home. Well, yeah, talking. Night was no different. We just had a little chat, as you might call it. And after we talked, I had taken him back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thorough she seals her fate. So it was simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you would understand. Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we, Mr. Edgeworth? You may begin your cross-examination. My Truth, Part 2. What was the chat about? How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. Especially that wound on his body that I caused. Oops. What? That guy? Honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting a prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry. And passant, and promoting a pawn. Seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess. If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. She really does hate Canis. Lord Legard, I insist that you append that statement to your testimony. Knight had nothing to do with that animal. The chess diagram. Did he want to kill him over chess? Judge Gabel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Legard. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Connors' cell too. What do you mean? Oh, come now. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, a hawk tour. I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. She wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Connors had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. And so what if I did? You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then, who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men. It seems you came to the same conclusion, but in your fear you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Connors' henchman sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had the chat with Bronxter. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there inside his chess set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing, Connors. Thus you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Connors, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gabel, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? Warden? It's all a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. And I understand that there is a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict. I am curious to hear what the warden has to say. What? You're a dull Verity. I just have one thing to say, that Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report? Of course. We received the finalized version only this morning. That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if no one else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Forgive me, oh goddess, I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now, What do we do? It'll be fine, Mr. Edgeworth always comes through, right, sir? Looks to me like the Miles of Tron's out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on the head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, Detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road.
We can't give up now. We have to do something.
I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of this case. If the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility? Stung. It seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid. Oh, come on, G. You're giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Yep. Nope, not me. Nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it, this question throws everything we've deduced out the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it,
You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it, but if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some.
Okay. Gee, Miles, your little buddy there's quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Judge Gabelle.
You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You've repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good.
She's right. I put forth a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait, she said my theories were misguided.
Nothing to say. Then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby...
Sure.
Mr. Edgeworth, give my verdict.
That's it. Been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. Theories weren't misguided. I was being misled.
The defendant, Simeon Saint...
I think it's a little soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity?
Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed.
What? I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmet, the fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first.
This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem almost proud of your blunder.
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, a wooded murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. But why mislead us this way? Why, indeed?
Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? In order to get Connus transferred. Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling? Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you that the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Huh? That Mr. Canis is the killer? And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Indeed, that was her plan right from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Canis. Wouldn't he just still be in the prison? I guess he would have been transferred, yeah. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I am going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I already knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here. If we could just find the real murder weapon. How many times do we have to go over this? We searched this prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse. I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that. The security gate. I am glad you at least remember what it is. Do you remember what it does? Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal, which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh. Precisely. There's another murder weapon. It cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Cabell, what I am trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish for me to believe that there is another murder weapon in the prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here. All right. We know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set, but our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is this. How can you show me this alternate route? Wouldn't it have just been that they turned the power off? I mean, there was a 3-hour point where the power was turned off. Wouldn't that mean that the little, what is it called? The security gates were turned off? How did the weapon Warden Lagarde used get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Connus is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. How a bladed object could have been. The chisel? The dog chess piece? Girl. The bells? Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. I must have been able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. So you see, there's a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police. What? Mr. Canis's knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and the evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell was attached to the chisel. Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon and then attached the bell to it. In so doing, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. What was that, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde? Bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anyone could have set that up. Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique because there are only two of them in existence. What? By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself to the killer. But you don't have any proof that the knife was even here to begin with. I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. Huh? But if you do find something, that's gonna make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. You have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Well, yeah, but, you know, it's a worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had an investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of the matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. No. If we give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. It swallowed the knife. The alligator. It must have swallowed the knife. No, I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. I must defend this twink. Only I can save Mr. Saint, and that means... Even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Of course you should object. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Is he talking about his boyfriend, Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright mentioned? Regardless, I cannot walk away. Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. Not at all. If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing. You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. Grr, this is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could... It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where's the real murder weapon? Think, Miles, think. Somewhere not even the police would search, a blind spot in this zoo. Hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place? No. If you insist. Come on, Helmet, open up. Did she use the same trick? That's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to avoid detection could there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden. The yard. In the little thing. Little pond. Here in the yard? Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden? The gator. Of course, that's what it must have been. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Okay, so then where was that third pulley? Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel? Didn't we just figure out that that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis had this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. What? No way! We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gavelle, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. We will need to summon a veterinarian. I'm sure that I can keep the little sweetie open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. Yeah, I'm still here. Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess. As you wish, then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. Sure, we got it. That has to be it. It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma Carnus's knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. Let's fucking go. I'm not the criminal here. This is all Carnus is doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. He was Carnus's lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Carnus. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher, that awful, terrible, despicable man. Curse him. Whoa. Her whole coat was made of foxes. Damn, dude. March 29th, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center Corridor. Prosecutor Twinner, sir. The test results have just come back. Twinner? Oh, Twinner. Twinner, I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Carnus's knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. The winner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Carnus. It will be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Huh? Huh? There's Clueless, and then there's you. Well, then I guess we better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir. I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you work. It's winning time! Oh my god, he's so snobby. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth. In the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You do not have to believe me, however. As a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty, that's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Uh-oh. Judge Gavel is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Simeon, you're out! Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah, but I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came in and said I was free to go, and then I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Eep. Oh no. No, stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now. Stop it, silly. It's true, he saved you. So say things already. Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. If you need me to, I'll get on my knees and like go whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. I'm sorry. That's not necessary. Just thank you is fine. And a great big Regina Berry, thank you for me too. Mr. Saint talking directly to me? Small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask you one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure. Not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him, but now... But now? Well, it's just, I never knew. I never would have believed that he would hate someone enough to want to kill them. He kept something like that for me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Well then, you know, that's probably why he didn't tell you. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. You showed him the thing that proves Knight trusted him. Was it the chess set?
Take that!
It's the chest that I brought for him. Knight had hidden the chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No, idiot. He believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be someone trusting as to look inside. Imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess. Oh. Bronco, wait, you just tell me. At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. I'll try. I have to for Bronco. I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. Ooh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. The Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go. Well, I'll think about it. Alright, Simeon, we've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Raging got acquainted. What? Rage of the Tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty hat. I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that, please. Another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder and you're gonna make me blush or topple over. Come. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. What was that last one? Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I've felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time? Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off, get out there and actually help people? Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? He already switched sides to dating dudes. Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender. You know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. The heck you were. Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Fender, I'm a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Follow in my father's footsteps? And tragically die in an elevator? Could I really do such a thing? I'm going to become a defense attorney just like my dad. An attorney just like my father. Me? The end. That was a good case. Pretty solid, if I do say so myself. So far we're 2 for 2. Turnabout Legacy. Okay, my understanding is this is a super long case. We are gonna start it today. But I don't know. This could be like a 4 stream thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. We could be on this for a month, so um I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best to get through it. Um but my understanding is that it's a long one. It is a long ass case, so here we go. Your 3 p.m. cake extravaganza. What should we make today, kids?
And duties, bake and bow.
Macaroons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as a dream.
Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you.
Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Now let's see what you've got for you. It's cooking time. Are you ready to make something special together? Wow, talking about a blast from the past. Was that him? Hey, Gregory, I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. I'm finally going to find out what happened 18 years ago. Oh. Okay. April 2nd, 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Well, Fender, are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Hey, you had nothing going on. Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of the star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. Chill, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case? Of course, Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became prosecutor. I reviewed them again last night after your invite. See? I was also present at the trial all those years ago, though my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite of him, oh, the man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case. However, I didn't know that's how that came about. He ended up working for von Karma because he was like his father's rival. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too. You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing? Well, that'll make explaining things easier. I wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. Looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. God damn, my fashion sense was atrocious. Still is, but man. What was I thinking? December 24th, 5 o'clock p.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room.
Hey, Mr. E. This one really came out of the blue, huh?
It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers was even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender.
A murder on Christmas Eve? What's the world coming to?
In the dark of the night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely saviors succumbing my way. Welcome, my friends, to the visitors' room. And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon.
Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that.
Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. So is this all gonna be like in... Are we just gonna be Edgeworth's dad in this one? Or maybe they're just setting it up. They're just setting the case up. And then it's gonna like go back to present day. You're the accused, I take it. I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law at your service. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. But pleased to meet you, sir. I'll do everything I can to help. Come now, Edward, calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it's an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa.
Samson Tangaroa. There's definitely a pun there. Samson Tangaroa. Tangaroa. I don't know. For those who don't know, most of like the side characters in Ace Attorney have like punny names, but a lot of them are hard to figure out. What? It really is you? Samson Tangaroa, the world's greatest confectioner? You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson. All my pals do. Wow. Thanks, Samson, I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. It seems Eddie knows something of our client. Mr. E, it's the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation. What shall we make today, kids? Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as laugh and smile through all the sweetness waiting for you. Look here, where, over there. The oven's got something for you now. Ding, now let's see what we've got for you. The fucking security guard. I almost started dancing along. This is like Barney getting arrested. No way, I gotta sing with Samson Tangaroa. This is a dream come true. Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that.
My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course. I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? So you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and a dancer? I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. You must really enjoy making desserts. Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others. Hey, they're not just things, they're works of art. Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations, the stuff that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? Understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when a body was found inside one of my A body was found inside of, like, a cake? Inside of one of your... No way. The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am. But I could never take a life. Never. I'm sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake. I sure hope so. And what can you tell us about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. He was taking part in the contest. Artie Frost. Okay, well that's a cake pun. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure on the man now. Mr. Tangaroa, there's one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct. I swear to you I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life, never. He seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm going to take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. Likewise, it's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both. Interesting. Okay. December 24th, 6 o'clock p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. See, I thought it was going to be his, like, co-star, the girl that was working with him. They got murdered. Brr. It's pretty cold out there, huh, Mr. E? I never saw so much snow. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it will be letting up anytime soon. But just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. Oh, whoops. But just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Welcome, welcome everyone. Come on in, we'll have us some fun. Oh no. Are you alright? I'm sorry. Would you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Andy Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Judy Bound, it's an honor to meet you both. I'm the housekeeper here, and Mr. Tangaroa's assistant. You're no housekeeper, you're Judy Bound. The Judy Bound. Judy Bound, Judy Bound, Judy Bound. Judy Bound? There's some tough ones in this one. You know a little something of my work. A little? I watch you on TV every chance I get. Goon to your poster like crazy.
I'm Bacon Bop's biggest fan.
It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans.
And what might Bacon Bop be?
It's only the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. The dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff all while singing and dancing. Like this, check it out. What should we make today, kids? Cookie dough, caramel too, fluffy chew cream. Everyone come along. Bacon treats with a smile and a song. But there it's true, the oven's got something special for you. They just take a bite and you will see. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. You missed like half of the lines, but that's fine.
I dance along every time I watch the show. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. But all this dancing really takes it out of a guy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea.
Clink, clink, clatter, clatter. This is Kalon, correct? Ceylon? It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall.
Yeah, I put a little bit of Adderall in there.
Interesting. So this is what Kalon tea tastes like, huh? How odd. The saucer's cold.
Yes, it's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot.
I see. These teacups are very unique too. The design is really something.
You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halik. Paul Halik. Okay. Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world.
You're clearly a big fan of his work.
Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure.
She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Pound, I'd like to move on to the reason why we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier?
Of course. I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see.
You discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations?
It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room. Samson? Are you in there? I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body.
Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience.
I don't know, I was kind of into it. Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you.
Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He could never do something like that.
Of course.
Leave it to us, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea then.
Come, Eddie, to the seat of the crime.
Yes, sir, Mr. E.
Oh, it's our boy.
No way. Everything in this room is made of chocolate. I can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal.
I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene.
Ugh, just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my sends a shiver down my spine.
That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is pretty chill. Chew!
Defense on the scene already? That was fast. A pleasure to meet you. Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender.
Nice to meet you.
Bad. Detective Terrell Bad.
The detective in charge is named Bad. A man of few words.
Did he just eat the paper?
Something about this doesn't taste right.
You're eating your notepaper?
He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. Helps him to digest and remember them. Unfortunately, he has massive issues with his digestive tract. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Although I'd be the first to admit that's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene?
Sorry, not gonna happen.
What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Tangaroa's attorney.
Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook. Even put words in their clients' mouths. Oh yeah, he doesn't like attorneys, right? You think I need that on my crime scene?
Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that. Never do something like that.
I don't trust attorneys. Okay, kid?
Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene, correct?
That's usually how it works, yeah. What if it?
Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it.
You believe he's innocent, and you didn't even see the scene yet? That's some flimsy lawyering.
Lawyering. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning.
You about to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene?
Yes.
Oh. Well, okay then.
I am.
Fine. Knock yourselves out.
Thank you, Detective.
But I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it.
That was a lollipop this whole time. I must admit, I didn't see that coming either. We better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. On it, Mr. E.
Let's get this over with.
Alright. Interesting concept where... So this is our dad's final case. Before he tragically met his end. Wonder if it's connected. Well, I think we already kind of figured out what happened with that. I'm guessing it's probably its own thing. This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia.
You think one of them could be the murder weapon?
No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning someone to death with one of them.
Can't tell what's real in here.
They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills. It is really impressive how, like confectioners are able to, make things, make edible things look so real. I always was so astounded by that. That really is, such a talent to be able to make, a cake or a piece of chocolate look like an actual thing that it's supposed to represent.
What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? Oh, it's warm, sir. The steam in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water is circulated back to the rooms. Unusual, to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. I want a cool fountain like that. How's it looking over here, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or...? Yes, sir. So, there is? Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? No. So, you do have something to add? Oh, no. Can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. What do you think about women? Not straight like that. So this is where the body was discovered. Yeah. They took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah, a woman by the name of Bound found it.
Samson, are you in there?
Seems she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was. Something breaking. Okay. If only we had just a little more information. There's something else in here. Oh, it looks like a seal of some kind. Or? Not that kind. Or? With somebody's initials and an intricate shape carved into it. Is it for making those fancy wax things on documents? Do you think it belonged to the victim? No idea, but it's gotta get logged anyway, so I'll take that. Seal added. Okay. A seal. Like a seal for a letter? Yeah, like the I always wanted to do that. That seems so fun. It's really rather impressive making an entire ship out of chocolate. That's Samson Tangaroa for you. Don't you just want to take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first, though? That's the real head scratcher, you know? Bite any part of it, kid, and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. Hey, it was just a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I do sometimes wish Eddie could keep his cool a little better. One of the stands for the ship is broken. The ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think... Could that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. Well, not necessarily, because he was probably put into that chest by someone else. You too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace you can see for yourselves. Oh my god. Death was from blunt force trauma. And what about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? No skin off my nose. It's not like it's official. Bound took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means that it develops the pictures right here, and then when... Right there, and then when you take them. No way. Sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I'd better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I need to call on my powers for deduction to figure out why. I was thinking like the blue... There's a blue, like... There's a blue, like, blanket.
Eureka!
Okay, maybe not. Let's keep looking. The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. Looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display here in this room. Ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the other nautical objects on display. Certainly a suitable grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents. Who's this fella? And you are? Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth, a pleasure to meet you. And I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. I see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner. Why does his neck scarf look like a little chode? A confectioner, here for the contest. You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? Whoa. Seahorse. The art of air and sugar. No way. Look at that. It's like a little baby seahorse. It's a dragon. A noble soaring creature of the skies. That's a dragon? It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. That's why I'm heading to Zhang Fa when this is all over. I need to train hard. So we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. So what are you doing here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. Detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Those are some interesting implements you used, Mr. Gusto. Chicken. Sugar blowing pumps. They put air right in the sugar. They're so cool. It's like watching a sword master do his thing. I'm no master. Not a day goes by that I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess. The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You'll never stop learning, not until you die. The way of a confectioner sounds like a long one, too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art. Confectionery as art. Confectionery is art? Art you can eat. Every part of it. Even every single item in this room is edible. The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate. Tangaroa is a genius. Once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair. He has it all. And if you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win. I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kind of hard, yeah? As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here. Nothing else matters. So you're competing for a title, effectively? And a treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. You want to know more? It's all written down here. It's the list of rules that was given out to the contestants. Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How was the judging organized? We started at 3 p.m. Tangaroa began making the rounds right around then. He left his old room, then worked his way around the venue clockwise. My creations were the first to be judged. For that, he went to Scold's room. She's another one of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She's working with Cream, some kind of dreamscape. Working with Cream, eh? That last of all, Frost room. His thing was flavored ice. Scold's this time, so I heard. Bound found the body when Tangaroa was still making the rounds. She panicked, ready to call the cops. Tangaroa went right on judging. Claims he didn't know a thing about it until afterward. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? I was gonna ask about the price of the wall, the piece on the wall there, the one in the frame. Seemed like something was off. Thought I better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. But then you bozos showed up and pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Of course. Confectionery is my life. You have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Who knew you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is a god among men. Is it really made of chocolate, though? It's far too much like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye. I'm impressed. That's still a piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. What? So it's not made of chocolate after all? No, the book is simply framed in some. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us there to explain the rules. So the participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame, something's missing. I wouldn't say something's missing, I'd say something's there that shouldn't be. Namely what looks to be like a handprint. Oh, the oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gusto about earlier, yes. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. So it's not just me. Oh, I see. The little leaf. There's like a little leaf design in the bottom left corner. Also, where are the thorns? Angel beset by thorns? I don't see any thorns. Is that Angel Devil? Huh? What's missing? Better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate.
Take that!
Take that! Look at the decorative work in the corner. Something's missing, no? Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. That's not like Tangaroa. The balance is all wrong. But that's not all. Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. You're right. The candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. Did somebody deliberately damage them? Maybe it was the woman that they said that would stop at nothing to win. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her that she would stop at nothing, even murder, to win.
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Or did Tangaroa just want it to look like somebody messed with his work? He'd never do that to his own creations, never. Could this have some deeper meaning to this case? Looks like a fire alarm. Yeah, and before you start prompting it, it's made of chocolate. Push it and bells will start ringing. People will come running from the security room. Whole bunch of hassle, so don't. I know you want to, but don't. Or it's not made of chocolate. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Typical attorney. What does being an attorney have to do with anything? A candelabra made of chocolate. There's a title here, The Light of Life. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. Does it have some sort of symbolic meaning, or could it be... It's a journal, belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship. The chocolate ship? Is that a pun in and of itself? Chocolate ship? Chocolate chip? Also made of chocolate. A diary of despair at some tattle. Come here, kitten, see how we crossed the sea, and rode the red tide to misery. What a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic-sounding tale. This must be the title of this piece. Angel beset by thorns. Angel beset by thorns. That's pretty mysterious. Really gets you thinking, huh? I think I'm a fan. You have good taste. Especially fond of it myself. Simply captivating. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Gusto praised me. Now, Eddie. Don't make this into a thorny issue by bragging about it. You have bad taste. Was that a dad joke, Mr. Edgeworth? I better make note of this momentous occasion. Or did I make a joke, dad or otherwise? The picture is not made of chocolate. It's the cover of a book, the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. Yes, it framed of chocolate. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. So the participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints can certainly be important to the case. It's a real head scratcher. It's a real head scratcher, all right. Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves. Where's your sense of romance, of adventure? Doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. Chew! Are you alright, Eddie? Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. I'm guessing it's cold so that the chocolate doesn't melt. It's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. Besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. I did, didn't I? Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept in the right temperature. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. What panel? Look at that. It was here this whole time. It's one in each of the contest rooms. Tangaroa hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to -2 degrees Fahrenheit, cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. So in effect, each room is a giant freezer. Interesting. That's definitely gonna come up at some point. It's 59 degrees in here. No wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bad, you mind if we turn it up a little? Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of a detective's work. But I'm not a detective. Same goes for attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of a crime. Get used to the cold. It's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it is your job. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that and more. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? It's not too hot or too humid. Lollipops should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Detective Bad kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? Suppose he must be very fond of them. Don't believe there's any more to be found here. Some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is of the same design as the other one Miss Bound served us with earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? The pot and cup were destined for Prince. His were the only ones they found. And what was the case for the utensils, too? Everything else had been washed, so there weren't any prints to find. And if Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries, I could explain why prints were only found on the teapot and cup. A real crime scene. This is so exciting. This isn't a game, Eddie. I need you to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mr. E. I'm taking notes on everything. You are? What kind of notes? Notes about how all this delicious stuff is made. Can't wait to try it for myself. I'm not playing around, Edward. Take this seriously. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Little Eddie. These controls can be used to adjust the room's temperature and lighting. Red, yellow, green, dark blue, light blue, white. That's a huge range. Temperature set to 59 degrees. Light color set to white. The pieces in here are made of chocolate, that's why. White light makes them look better. Mr. Tangaroa must see the room itself as part of his carefully crafted creations. Okay, we need to make a deduction, but before we do that, it's time to put some key info together. Sound of something breaking. What was the sound Bound heard coming from Tangaroa's room? Blunt force trauma. The victim was struck and killed with some sort of blunt object. Broken stand. The ship collapsed because one of its stands broke. Damaged creations. Tangaroa's creations have been tampered with in several places. Sound of something breaking and the broken stand? Bam. The stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. And the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. Yeah, said the ship had already nailed over by the time she got in here. But why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. Could that really have been the case?
Blunt force trauma. Why did it break? Why did the chocolate stand supporting the ship break? Damaged creations. Tangaroa's creations have been tampered with in several places. All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mystery person's tampering spree. And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chests, which would have remained closed otherwise. Alright, and then we got... Oh, it's just this one, blunt force trauma. So I guess we're gonna hold on to that one. Alright, time to make a deduction. Based on what we have here, it would appear that the ship portion of this piece struck down onto the chest with the person inside of it possibly causing the blunt force trauma. And we now know that many of the pieces were tampered with, so it's possible that they tampered with the stand that was holding it up, and that's what came down. Rules of the contest. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants to gather in Mr. Tangaroa's room when the judging ends. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. That definitely seems important. Because if that's the case, then whoever came in and like desecrated all of this guy's work was also breaking protocol. The victim's body was found in Samson Tangaroa's room inside a chocolate treasure chest. The cause of death appears to have been blood loss following blunt force trauma. Now, obviously, this would lead me to assume that this was because of the... Is that the helm of the ship? The mast? What do you call that little front spear part? I don't know. I don't know my ship lore. I don't know my water ship lore. I only know my spaceship lore. There's also the whole situation with this blue blanket looking thing, or a towel or a tarp. I don't know what it is, but that's there. But also, if he was hit on the head, that's like way far. Is that a body? Yes. Then it was like far removed from the head itself, you know? Like it got hit on the head, or he got hit on the head, which they're saying was what caused the death, blunt force trauma. But it looks as if the impact happened in the middle of the chest, which is around where his chest would be, no pun intended. Also, is there something on his fingers? It looks like there's like a... I don't know how good it is in terms of the stream, but it looks as if on his left hand, the hand that is facing downward. On like his index finger, there's almost like a dark, like, stain. I don't know if that was just, maybe that's like the shadow or what, but there seems like there's something on that. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it. And then there's obviously the stamp. A lot going on here. The seal that was found near the body when it was discovered. What could the design signify? Frame finger marks. Yes, what a gorgeous design. Really? Just seems a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your tea in there? Art isn't about function, Eddie, it's about form. Guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff is way beyond me. Aha! Look, there's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. I suppose that must be Paul Halik's pottery mark. Those are his initials, after all. Miss Bounds said she's a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if I'd made it, it would say EF? Perhaps you should practice by initializing your personal belongings first. Interesting. So that definitely is matching. It appears to be matching with our stamp. PH. Yeah, check that out. Alright, let's go with that. No? Okay. Is it the little... Hold on. Wait, check this out. It appears that the... Oh, okay. So in the picture of the crime scene, you can see there's the blood on like the corner of the chest, right? But in the picture, in the current condition of the chest, that's gone. So it appears that somebody tampered with the crime scene. Is that what we're... Is that what it is? You said the only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body. Yeah, that and the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. And something here doesn't quite add up. It doesn't? Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Can't imagine the flavor profile of that chocolate would be very good. Focus, Detective. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. Look at me, I'm so smart. I'm a smarty pants. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. And yet that part of the chest is now gone. The part with the blood all over it. Exactly. So did the police remove it, or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Could be. Interesting. Alright, alright. So far I'm getting it. So far I'm picking up what they're putting down. I think we're about done here for now.
Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it. No two ways about it.
What do you mean?
All the rooms in this place look locked from the inside. The only way to unlock them is from the outside. From the outside is with this key.
I see. And who had access to that key?
Who do you think?
Tangaroa. And it's the only one. There aren't any copies.
Okay. But, and hear me out. I have no way to back up my claim on this. But we are dealing with individuals that are like masters of confections, like chocolate. Which, if you can make an entire boat out of chocolate that looks realistic enough, I think you could probably like convincingly create. I mean, I don't know. Like, this is just a theory, all right, a gay theory. But what if they made the key out of chocolate? Is that crazy? Yes, but also it's Ace Attorney, so like, would you really be surprised if they did that? You know? What's up, it's Big? Like, I personally would not be so surprised if that was the case. You feel me? I got them right where I want them. I'm here, dude. I'm here. I'm locked in. I've already figured this whole case out on the first part of 9. With the mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody else's room anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. Mr. Tangaroa's room was unlocked, was it? Nope, which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Would you care to explain your thinking? Just vibes. Why I think Tangaroa did it. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judge finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened, while he wasn't there. The one thing he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney? Do you believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room? Yup. I know you have to believe your client. That's your job, but I'm a detective. I'm chilling. Enjoying a little ace attorney, a little ass attorney. How are you, my friend? But I'm a detective, and I serve the law. And no matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. I fully understand your reasoning, detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Do your worst. Just as the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. Okay. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room, and why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Let's look back at the rules. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants to gather in Mr. Tangaroa's room when the judging ends. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decorations. Stands and display materials will be provided.
Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Okay, so that definitely doesn't help his case. Just woke up 5 minutes ago and missed over for 3 hours for your stream. Oh, that's okay. We're just starting this case anyway, so. Someone left finger marks on the chocolate frame but didn't leave any prints. And they said they found his teapot. This is his teapot with his fingerprints on it. Seal that was found near the body when it was discovered. What could this design signify? Alright, let's press. That's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaroa, detective. And that's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right, Mr. Attorney. Maybe quit interrupting and let me finish. And why would he deliberately not lock his door? Because if he'd locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he didn't since he had the only key. But maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe he just left it unlocked without meaning to. He just happened to leave it unlocked and somebody just happened to find a body inside. Come on, kid, you'll never make detective thinking like that. But I don't want to be a detective. I want to be an attorney. I'd be grateful if you'd stop trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaroa left his door unlocked. You're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yup, and if he hadn't, the body would have never been found. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contest at the same time. Exactly. Besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on Bacon Bop while dancing. That's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. This isn't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bop, detective? The only one who isn't familiar with this show. Wow, I never would have guessed. You sing the theme song too? Never mind that now, focus, but yes I can. The point is this, Tangaroa was responsible for breaking that lid. Everyone was supposed to gather in this room when the judging finished up. The judging began in Mr. Gusto's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out myself. In that case, how about a demonstration? Dog. Well, it's you, detective. You calling him a dirty dog? It's a wolf. Oh, a lone wolf. I like it. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow. So he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. The autopsy report's still pending. And yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa. We may not know when the murder happened, but we know when the body was discovered. It was while Tangaroa was judging Gusto's room. The perfect alibi if he could set it up. Such a fitting voice for this, not gonna lie. Is it me or is your voice deeper than last time? Well, I think I do put a little deeper voice on for a lot of these characters. The perfect alibi if he could set it up just right. But thank you. But still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I've got nothing more to say to you. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? Detective Madge seems pretty convinced that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit.
There's no way he would have vandalized his own creations. No way. Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that. Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Bad's theory. Okay. I don't think that's exactly what happened, though. I don't think he smashed the lid of it. I think it was the fact that I think it was more so that somebody tampered with the stand of the ship, which caused it to break down. I mean, I guess that's more just semantics, if anything, but like, I don't know. I just feel like this is trying to figure out. I'm trying to find an opening here. Smashed in the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. Everyone's supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. And also, judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. But the first room that he would go to would have been this one. So why wouldn't they have known that that was the case? Wouldn't they have like seen? Wouldn't this be like obvious, like who, where, what, and why? He made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Let me take this from the top. The door had been locked when the body was found. Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect. Okay. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. Right. But no, but victim's body was found in Samson Tangaroa's room inside a chocolate treasure chest. The lid was closed until the ship collapsed. A part of the treasure chest that was covered in blood is missing. Every other item in the room is also missing a piece of itself. The cause of death appears to have been blood loss following blunt force trauma. Yeah, so yeah, the little stand thing was broken, and that caused the. I think it's possible that, that the woman, what's her name? Was it Delicious Scone? Maybe came in and like tampered with everything, cause it says she will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals, which leads me to think that like. They would have done like she probably tampered with everything, which is what caused the stand to break on the ship and then do blunt force trauma. However, my theory is that she didn't know that, because that would be too obvious. I think someone knew that she was gonna like, you know, desecrate this guy's work. I mean, I guess that's kind of far-fetched, but like I don't think it was her. I feel like that's too obvious. You know, it's too obvious that if she would do anything it takes to achieve her goals, including kill a guy. I mean, we're in the first part of this case, and you know, it's never
the first person you expect. So, we've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. Seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely based on the evidence. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. Yeah. And if that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, think you're honest on it? I think so. I hope so. This is a long one. It couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at that time. I never said he did it then and there. He could have done something to the stand so it collapsed when he was in the middle of judging. Have you any way of proving that assertion? Nope, but the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. So he doesn't have anything conclusive. Have you found any prints in the room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Yup, on the door. But we found Tangaroa's and Frost's prints on there too. We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started work on our creations. Those prints are probably from then. I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet? Why would... We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine. But if we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list. Got it? You, check all the chocolate stuffer prints now. Yes, sir. Right away. Detective Bad. Yes, we finished sussing the chocolate, and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangaroa, sir. Go on. Whose? Delicious scone. Delicious scone. Delicious cone. That's the pun. Delicious cone. Like ice cream. So I'm guessing she's like gonna be an ice cream girly. She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back. What's up, Cheery? Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir. So it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa. Even with your lawyery input, the name. I wasn't about to wrap the investigation anyway. I'll go speak to Miss Scone and see what she has to say for herself. Delicious Scone. Mr. Gusto mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. This Scone lady seems like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes, I think we'd better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting you is not my job. Oh, come on. But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. But Detective Bad, sir. I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor is still busy in there. Uh-oh. It'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. Who is this him? Who did they assign the case to? Manfred von Karma. What? They gave it to von Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Manfred von Karma, a living legend over at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right. Oh, on Karma, huh? Interesting.
For those who don't know, Von Karma is it was Edgeworth's mentor. Basically, kind of like took him under his wing after his dad, you know, got worked. So this is interesting. I gotta say, this is an interesting case so far. December 24th, 7:30 p.m. Contest venue, Scone's room. Whoa, a candy castle. And look, there are even some little elves to go with it. Thought he was talking about the short woman. Rooms laid out pretty much the same as Tangaroa's. It's not as cold though, that's something. Let's see. Yeah, looks like there's a temperature control panel in here too. Over there where that orange light is, right? We better take a look at it. Or we better take a look at it. Closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicious Scone. Where is Miss Scone?
Me? Why, I'm just over here, dearie. Boop-a-boop-a-boo. Oh, just look at you lovely boys. Delicious Scone at your service. Some cheeky blighters back in Blighty even call—
Oh, is she British?
Some cheeky blighters back in Blighty even called me Miss Delicious, tee-hee.
Called a lovely boy at 34, unexpected to say the least. Lovely boys? Really? Even Mr. E?
Oh yes, dearie, you, the detective over there, you're all lovely boys to me.
I'm nobody's lovely boy, lady. Name's Bad. Wonder just how old she is. Finish this up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. Yes, alright. Uh-oh. What's the meaning of this? Chit-chatting with the defense?
Mr. Edgeworth, some scary guy just stepped out of the castle.
Von Karma.
What? He's Manfred Von Karma?
Beep. Sorry, mannequins.
Notorious prosecutor Von Karma himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. I couldn't care less what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear, never to show your sniveling face again. What a thoroughly rude individual.
Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. Daddy, you're even scarier than they say.
And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. We're hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. Oh, and why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy. So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it. Why the sudden change of heart? You, the tall fellow. Name's Bad. Is that so hard to remember? I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. But I do admire your spirit. Bad. See to it that these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to? I'm not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusto's room. Good day. Ta-ta! Great, more babysitting. Why aren't Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? Doomed Yowie, perhaps? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them.
Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it.
Indeed. I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we can do that much. Hold up. I haven't been over this. Who's the current pro tag? The current pro tag is Miles Edgeworth's late father.
or like in the past. I think they said it was 18 years ago. This is the last case that Edgeworth's dad ever covered before his tragic demise. Yeah, Von Karma do got the drip. I guess I see where Miles gets it from. Where Edgy gets it from. Hold up. I haven't been over this room yet either. I think it's important to understand too that Edgeworth's dad was a defense attorney. So I think we're gonna learn more about like what happened. I'm guessing he saw his dad like lose. Gregory, you just entered the bed? Yeah. I think we're gonna see why he like made the switch. Maybe he saw his dad lose and was like, I'm gonna become a prosecutor instead. You're not messing it up before I get my chance. You have to wait till I'm done. I want to mess it up first. Huh? But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at this room yet? Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Right up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Let's say we look over the room together, Detective. It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. What kind of screwball attorney has to have a detective breathing down his neck? Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer. Yes! You're amazing, Mr. E. I am pretty cool. You have our thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in my way, you're out of here. Of course, we understand. Now, shall we begin? My girl is lost in the sauce over there.
This shit is so fucking good. Oh.
What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two? Oh, her apron says the same thing as the one that saw it said, I think. Thylacinus? Wonder if that's related at all.
Ah, yes, nothing happened at all.
But you just said yes.
That was a hello, yes, you silly boy. Aren't you just the sweetest little sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again?
Oh, Eddie?
Eddie Lumpkin. Oh, you'll go far, dearie, I can tell.
Eddie Lumpkin? Seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment. She's not exactly what I picture when I think of a gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind that now. We should ask her a few questions while we can.
My pinky smells weird.
Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest?
Of course, dearie. Let's see. It all started at about 10 in the morning. That's when we set to work. And, well, I spent most of the time here in my room getting everything ready as you'd expect. Oh, and then there was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so, from around 1, I think.
Afternoon tea? It's an English tradition. A chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. So kind of like recess? I suppose you could say that.
Oh, you really know your onions, don't you, Greggy Pegleg? Such a clever boy.
Greggy Pegleg? When did I become Greggy? And where was this afternoon tea served?
Yes. I'm part of the army. Out in the garden, of course, there's a lovely little one just outside. They do it at the same hour every break time during the contest. Lay on a nice little spread, you know. But today only me, Samson Sillypants, and Moody Judy were there for it. Sammy Poople had already finished his big creation, so he was there the whole time. But poor old Chillywinks and Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet, bless them.
Girl, I'm gonna need you to use everybody's name correctly so I know who the hell you're talking about. You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto was present.
That's right, dear. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. But I wasn't about to miss out on tea and cakes served by our two TV superstars.
Low-key impressive British voice? Oh, thank you. My stepdad is British, so I know ball.
I went right back to work when I'd finished, though. Tooted off while the others were still nattering away.
And at any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms?
What? No, dear, don't be silly.
That's strange, because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
He caught red-handed.
Wait, so you admit you were there?
Oh, well, I can hardly deny now, can I? Didn't kill anybody, I swear. I suppose I'd tell you what really happened. I better tell you what really happened. Just promise you believe me, won't you, dearie?
What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room?
Well, I suppose you'd call it research.
Research? Research?
Sammy Poople's a dab hand when it comes to the old sweet making. Everybody knows that. So when I noticed there was no one in there, I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I say.
What kind of research leaves fingerprints?
Yes, Well, it stands to reason I'd leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble now, is it?
What? You ate little pieces of them? So the traces of tampering in Tangaroa's room, that was all you?
I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? I didn't want poor Sammy Poople getting upset, so I was just the teeniest bits and pieces.
But you also you broke protocol. You weren't supposed to go in, like, other people's rooms. The stand holding up the ship, you took a bite out of that too, I suppose?
Oh, yes, dear, of course I did.
She really just, like, showed up and, like, ate everything. Not Miss Big Back. It was you. You brought the whole thing crashing down.
I'm sorry, my lovely. Truly I am.
Hold on. Is that why you left the afternoon tea early? You were heading off for a second helping of sweets?
Look, just please believe me. I never killed anybody, I promise.
Her actions were certainly suspicious, but that's about all we can say for now. What's the matter? Something weird about the ladder? It's not a ladder, Detective Bad. It's a step ladder. Here we go. Same difference. Far from it, actually. You'd know if you'd observed their basic natures more closely. Amazing, Mr. E. I'll have to remember this for future reference. Wow. Ladders and step ladders. It's a cute little elf made of candy. It's sitting on a little tree stump. Huh. The whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. But the elf seems completely fine, just like Big Mom for real. The elf seems completely fine. Strange. What is the... Well, they did say that the temperature was higher in this room, didn't they? These must be various tools Miss Scone used to build her castle. Buckets filled with cream, towels, and a brush. Is she a patissier or a plasterer?
Don't you go making jokes at my expense, you cheeky young devil. I don't just slap stuff on walls like a silly old plasterer. I have to spread the cream out lovely and smooth, then work out all the rough patches.
That's literally exactly what a plasterer does.
Shit!
The 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. So that's the theme behind Miss Scone's creations, huh? Unluckily for her, things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make out. Ah, the thick, sweet scent of delicious whipped cream is in the air. It's like a fairy tale, but in real life. And yet, there he was, standing in the middle of it all with that evil look on his face. This whole experience is wasted on the scary old creep. Come now, Eddie, you can't call people names like that, it's rude. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll try to be more careful. It's just, he reminds me of this teacher I once had who was always super angry with me. A stern school teacher, huh? Now that he mentions it, Mr. Von Karma does have that look of one. But I shudder to think what it would be like for Miles to study under him. Foreshadowing is a powerful literary device. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made out of sugar and cream. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. I didn't know you were so into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get so carried away there. Oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. I sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school. And yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. I can't help but worry that his interest will make it hard for him to make friends. Don't say that, he sounds super interesting. He'll make a ton of friends, me included, I'm sure. I'm sure he's gonna have a very will they won't they type relationship with the rivaling defense attorney one day in 20 years. I'd like to think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. Stop eating the notes. A big brother, huh? Guess I have some growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. Then with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? We'll scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Huh, these pillars, they have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Well, whatever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry. A giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? Can't blame a guy for wishing. I prefer bananas myself. I'm sure you do. Blueberries for me. You know, it is funny seeing, like, Gregory, because, like, he is a little different than Edgeworth. I feel like he doesn't take things nearly as seriously as Miles does. The doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was the guy born in a barn? Could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Wait, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anybody's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Tastes good. Cream's going all runny. Whipped cream is melting and will lose its shape at the slightest touch. It's all over the detective's shoes. Shklop, shklop, shklop. Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? Alright, tell me what you want me to look at first. There's a bunch of blue cloth there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls altogether. Well, they certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost looks like somebody hid it there. Oh, wait. Is it the same cloth that was covering the victim? I think it might be. I think it might be. I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. 2 big rock crystals. Looks like somebody was using the castle for storage. Kind of expected something a little more exciting behind these doors. Oh, I know. Maybe they're giant uncut gemstones. And maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle with a priceless treasure hidden inside. I think I'd treat my priceless treasures with a little more care. There's something on the bottom of them. Looks like a little stand or something. A little hexagonal stand, perhaps? I was right. They are gemstones. The stands must be so they can be put on display. Well, whatever they are, it seems they're not just a large set of paperweights. Is that everything? Is that everything? Damn, bro. That back arch. Don't turn around, don't turn around. You turn around, you'll eat it. You can't eat the castle, don't eat the oh my god, he has no impulse control. I guess he's watching his sugar intake. There's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. Wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Mango Down 911. Homicyanide 247. Wait, they're all poisons? No, sir. They're common colorings and flavorings used in candles and desserts. First is concentrated mango boiled down to its pure essence, hence Mango Down. Mango Down. They're asking for trouble with a name like that. It's the pose he chose to look away. I know. That's my pose I choose for many things. What is homicyanide? I guess cyan? I'm curious as to what homicyanide might be. There's a small door on the wall here, just like Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. Could have been a good thing. Lights set to... Could have been a good thing either way, if you ask me. The saddest number, 68. Lights set to green. Didn't Gusto say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature in here is too high. That is odd. I wonder why. Maybe there was... Well, yeah, because they said this, like, the door is already melting, right? So maybe the... I guess I assumed that it was... I assumed it was Scone who, like, tampered with Gusto's stuff, but maybe there's a third party. Maybe it's... Maybe Frost did it. but how would that line up to him? He would have had to do that. She said that there was someone who was the one that didn't meet for the meeting. They said they had like they had some tea, right? Who was the one who wasn't there? I feel like that's gonna become important. I don't remember. That is odd. I wonder why. Just trying to see when cause she talked about there being like a tea. Afternoon tea. Who's Sammy Poop? Is that Samson? Samson? Who's Sammy Poople? Samson Zilly Pants, Moody Julie. Who's Sammy Poople? Is that Frost? Why is she using all these weird names? Is it possible? Is it possible that Sammy Poople is Carmelo. Why does she call him Sammy Poople? They're trying to throw me off, I swear. Okay, so he wasn't at the meeting. So it's possible there was like some double deception, because she went into his room and like nibbled on everything. It's possible that he went into her room and changed the temperature, and so they like double crossed each other. There was a lot of buffoonery happening here between two of the contestants breaking the rules of the competition, and more importantly, a murder happening. This just says y'all need some fucking security cameras. Okay, let's make some deductions, shall we? Blunt force trauma. The victim was struck and killed with some kind of blunt object. This was from the last area, right?
There are hexagonal indentations in both pillars. I wonder what they're for. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just say hexagonal indentations and rock crystal shards because those have the hexagonal bottoms to them. Bow. The rock crystal stands and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh yeah, hexagon to hexagon. Makes perfect sense. If that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of the blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle, I imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone, what were you using the items inside the castle for?
Oh, those! Sorry, Lambkin, but I'm not allowed to say.
Let me guess. Von Karma?
How did you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. He'll have my guts for garters.
It seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, thought we were onto something with those giant rock crystals, but...
What's that, dearie? You're interested in my little trinkets?
Your trinkets?
Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relaxed.
You use rock crystals and cloths to do that?
I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. And they're not just any rock crystals either. They're great big lumps of salt with lights inside of them. You ever seen one of those, like, salt rock lamps?
I used to have a salt rock lamp, but I did not realize that it spreads. I had one for like a few years, and then for whatever reason I packed it away. Oh no, I remember, because like I had like specific stuff that I had like in boxes whenever I lived on campus in college. You know, every year I would have like my campus, like I would have my dorm stuff, right? And so I would pack it in boxes for the summer, and then that was just what I did, right? So that way I could just like pack and unpack really easily, not have to worry about like putting stuff everywhere. And then obviously COVID happened, and so then the stuff like just kind of stayed in my attic for a while. And then I remember as I was like unpacking it finally, I had like a little like teddy bear that was also in the same box as the rock lamp, and it like the teddy bear like it like amalgamated with the rock salt lamp. It was like a little disturbing. It like the rock salt lamp like spread into the teddy bear. So like I just had to throw both of them away because I was like, I don't think there's any saving this. So pro tip, if you ever have like one of those rock salt lamps, just put it by itself. That's what I learned. It was cool though. I do miss it.
Oh, that's not even the half of it. Those cloths hold an even more exciting secret. A body!
She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here,
why don't I give you lovely boys a taste of my relaxation magic, Oh, Barry Bumpkin, can you get it all out and set it up for me?
the name is bad.
Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Barry Bumpkin?
Have you finished taking photos of this room yet? I saw Lampex teddy bear fused together. Sounds like an SCP or something. Yeah, I had no idea that was like a thing. I mean, obviously, like, I know that rocks
like, you know, they do their thing over like a long period of time, but I guess rock salt spreads a lot more than that, because like when you think about rocks, they form over like what, thousands of years or something. This was over the course of like a couple years. It just like it was just ingrained with the teddy bear. It was like a teddy bear. It was a teddy bear that was like given. I remember we had like this my school did like a little like Build-A-Bear, like a bootleg Build-A-Bear thing. And so it was like from that. I was kind of sad about it, but also like it's okay. I have a lot of plushies. Have you finished taking photos of this room yet? It sounds like that one crystal SVP that crystallizes everything that touches it, actually. Oh, interesting. I'm not super familiar with like a lot of SCPs. I know the IKEA one. And also like some of the big ones, like the little face guy or whatever. The little statue man. And also the screaming guy. Yes, sir, we have, sir. It's the Keter class SCP-409. SCP-409. The contagious crystal is a 1.5 meter tall quartz crystal that turns any object or organism it touches into crystal, which then shatters and spreads the effect. Affected subjects experience extreme pain. Well, I would think so. Transforming entirely within minutes, and only granite is immune. It is a high-risk object needing strict isolated storage. Interesting. Ouchies. Yes, sir, we have, sir. Are you done bending over in a suggestive pose? You got an SCP-409. Yeah, I got a very slow spreading version of it. Then help Miss Scone here with something, will you? Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Buddy Bee?
That's amazing, Miss Scone. You got him to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent.
Thank you ever so much, Buddykins, and you, Officer Lovely.
She's even giving nicknames to the forensic guys now. I guess it's her way of showing that she cares. So what about this is supposed to be relaxing exactly?
Oh, don't be such a big sourpuss, Buddy Bee. The fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now.
Yes, ma'am. Whoa. I'm just gonna go back to bending over. Huh. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. I wish my son were here to see it.
Isn't it, though? Isn't it just wonderful? The 4 adorable elves. And the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's my theme, you see.
And I
thought it would be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen?
One of the elves must be feeling a little left out.
This is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm really glad you lovely boys got to see it at least.
Wait, should the lamps be lit up too?
Oh, what's happened there, I wonder?
I think we better take a look at the lamps, and I think we better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time.
blood stain. Oh. I bet this is what was used to cause... I bet this was the blunt force trauma. Okay, not yet. I'm skipping ahead. Sorry. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? Look, there's a red stain on the one on the left. That's not just a stain, that's... Yep, it's blood, alright. It's raspberry jam. That's not... I don't think that's what that is, detective. Oh, that's definitely not raspberry jam. Did you just eat the blood? I had to try it. You'd ever know. Tastes kind of salty, though. That would be the blood, and also the rock salt lamp. What? Blood? Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb is broken? Better take a closer look at the other one, too. So Miss Scone had actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Then why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken? Except there's plenty of other places she could have put them. The best place to hide some salt is in some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in the forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. I'll need to point it out by making a deduction. My shoes are already covered in cream. I know how that is, brother. I don't know what I meant by that. I wouldn't go any closer unless you want the same thing to happen to you. You've seen what's behind those doors. There's really no need to look again. The doors look nicely decorated now, thanks to the beautiful cloth around it. The cloth which we found inside the castle. A welcoming doorway makes a welcoming home. That's just common sense for us detectives. Says the man who just trampled all over the castle's entranceway. But I'll hold my tongue for now. It's a cute little elf made out of candy. It's sitting on a little tree stump. The fabric above it and other decorations around it really add to the dreamlike atmosphere. Stare at it for too long and we might get swept up in the fantasy ourselves. Yeah, well, our job is to stay right here in reality and get to the bottom of this. Nobody's getting swept up in any flights of fancy on my watch. Self doesn't have any illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Scone.
Well, I didn't want to, did I, dear? But one of my closses and one of my little machines went missing.
Cloth and what sort of machine exactly?
My vibrator! You'll never guess how it all works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these little thingamajigs. They're called, full spectrum light emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optical fiber strand. That's what makes the cloth glow. With a little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the world, the whole wide world. Bright red like ferocious fiery flames. Cold blue like clinking crystals of ice. They have these special batteries that last for donkey's years, and they don't mind the cold at all. Bright yellow like pee-pee.
If it's that color, then you should maybe get that checked out, ma'am. Forgive me, so these machines, they're what makes the special luminous cloth light up in all these beautiful colors, Mr. E. I see. So much new technology, I can barely keep up. So these light-emitting devices, you lost one of them in a piece of luminous cloth?
That's right, Lambkin. Heaven only knows where they could have gone to.
This cloth could have something to do with the case. Alright, is that everything? Just a quick look around again. Alright, let's get the deucing. The victim was struck and killed with some kind of blunt object. I'm gonna guess that's the bloody lamb. Bam. We know that the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. We found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside. Would the lamp not have been used, have been the murder weapon? For sure. Could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. Ew, science guy. Bill Nye, did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir. Just got done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. There you have it. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. Beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. Runny cream, high temperature. Bam. The whipped cream in this room is collapsing because the temperature is too high. It's 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. Got these from J.C. Penney. And yet... Well, they're very nice on you, detective. Thank you. When you open the doors to the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy? That's not the way I would describe most things made of confectionaries. I think we'd better take another look at those handles, don't you? Hmm? What the? I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. Oh, well, doesn't that break one of the rules? Non-confectionery items may not be used as decorations. Stands and display materials will be provided. It's not just the handles, the whole castle, the little elves. They're all just plastic models with whipped cream smeared on top. What? So none of this is confectionery art after all? No, simply made to look like candy with the cream having been added to lend it all an air of authenticity. You're a fraud. Okay. Are we making a deduction? I think we are. Yeah. Yar.
Eureka!
This lamp isn't working. Oh, unfortunately, it appears to be broken. Well, would have been nice to see it all lit up just once. Miss Scone said it's good for relaxation, right? I could see some of that. I could use some of that. Perhaps I'll get one for the office. So the lamps both have these hexagonal stands on the bottom, right? Yes, I imagine that indentations in the pillars were made to accommodate them. And boy, do they fit like a glove. Whoa, look at all these buttons. I believe they're for changing the color of the light. Try pressing one, Eddie. There, now the cloth is all lit up. It's so pretty no matter how many times I see it. The cloth is now glowing with a pale blue hue thanks to the light-emitting device. Didn't Miss Scone say one of these cloths and its machine are missing? What do you think could have taken them? I've no idea, but I suspect it may have something to do with our case somehow. Okay. Maybe the handle print or the handlebars with the rules? No, okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry, thought that might be something. Sorry. There's something in the evidence that these decorations go against. Yeah, the rules. Did I not just do that? Did I not just do the rules? I did the heart. Maybe the rock salt contest rules? Okay. I had the right idea. Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, Detective. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloths would have both been against the rules. Is that why they were stashed away inside the castle? I think we need to dig a little further into this with Miss Scone before we can say for sure. Cheater, pumpkin eater. So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules, which is the most obscene crime here. Forget the murder. Yeah, guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. And why is it so warm in here? Do you think it's got something to do with all this? That's a good question. I think we better go ask Miss Scone herself. Miss Scone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees?
Because I hate the cold. Because I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? And besides, being chilly's no good for a girl. If I want to keep my fresh-faced complexion, I've got to be careful about these things. We ladies have to stay young, don't you know?
How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. It's not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie. But most of your work is made out of whipped cream, and whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate.
Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me, eh? I've only gone and made a whoopsie.
Wait, she really didn't know that? World-class confectioner my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant of basic facts about her supposed craft. She's a phony, dog. She's a big fat phony. Bro, she doesn't even know basic confectionery knowledge, dude. They should gatekeep this shit. She's a tourist.
You're a tourist. How could you not know that the optimal temperature to keep cream is at 50 degrees Fahrenheit? Everyone knows that. And yet you stand here setting your temperature at 68 degrees. You, my lady, have done a great disservice to the confectionery community.
Miss Scone grows more mysterious by the minute. Miss Scone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created. And she says that she snuck into another entrance room for research purposes. Hardly are the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I'd picture a top pro acting. Does she maybe just lack a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner after all? If she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into that room to do some research. Wait, you mean maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying so for certain just yet, but she is hiding something, that much I'm certain of. I don't think she did the murder. I think she's just a phony. She's a big fat phony. She's a fraud. That's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room. And yet he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too, him and Scone.
Eek! How could you, Buddy Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that!
Because Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma and Miss Scone as I am. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us?
Of course, dear. Where are we off to?
To find Mr. Von Karma. "8:05 p.m. Mr. Von Karma, we'd like to speak with you if that's all right. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon. We did. It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found. Tangaroa is guilty. And as long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain. How can he be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume? Why the murder weapon was in Miss Sconce's room? Of course I do. And I'll be delighted to share it with you. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Sconce's salt lamps. Thank you, Verlin. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Sconce's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon considerably less so. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. So it's your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Sconce's room? It is indeed. It is more than an assertion. It is a fact based on my own investigation. You mean you have proof that he did so? I don't need any such thing. Wah! Tisk, tisk, tisk. If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I hardly doubt that you'll be able to fault my logic. Tangaroa killed... Okay, we already read this. Killed Frost with one of Sconce's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, it had been found near the victim's body. Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon considerably less so. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect.
Wait, that's not true.
Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Sconce's salt lamps. I don't know. Something's not true. I don't remember. It was something... He said there was nothing that pointed to a certain crime either way. I don't remember where he said that. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Sconce's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. Body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon considerably less so, and that is why there is no piece. There was the cloth. The cloth was on the body.
Objection.
It's true that the murder weapon and the blood-stained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime, but something else remains that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. The cloth covering the victim's lower half, is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room?
What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colourful cloths at the scene of the crime, you say?
Luminous cloth. Nonsense, I see no light to speak of. I guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent. Look at his face. I don't think he was expecting that. The fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Mrs. Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? Salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that it's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest.
Gregory Pegleg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people.
Not accusing you of anything just yet, but I do think you're hiding something.
That's not...
Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder? Exactly. Tisk. Is something funny? Only that you've walked so carelessly into my trap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you. What does he mean? Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began and noted that the lamps and the cloths contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping. Oh, of course. What? Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost, as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. And as you see now, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder, so you see... I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel? To have lost me before even setting foot in the courtroom. Damn. This can't be happening. Wait, all of our hard work was for nothing? Miss Scone, why didn't you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa?
Oh, well, dear. Mannequin said that if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion.
Mr. Von Karma said that?
And he wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon, knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2 and only 2 sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. 2? Yes, those of Delicious Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost. He was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No one will even... At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict.
Objection!
Objection. But wait, there's more. What about the luminous cloth that was left behind Mr. Tangaroa's room? What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. I don't have enough to disprove. Sub-Zypher. Jackson, you are too cute. Me? I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No more pitiful objections. Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you. Mr. E. Yeah, I'm chilling. How are you, my friend? I'm not about to just give up. I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad, escort them off the premises now. This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad. What is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half-solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. Whatever they may be, there's no business of the defense's. I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. What? Where's my chapstick? These kissers are getting dry, bro. I gotta keep them wet. You never know who might strike. Who might come in for a little kiss. What? This is the yet unidentified something that was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. I don't know. In Tangaroa's room? We didn't go in there. The seal? R? But that was in his room.
I don't know, the key?
Take that.
What was in his room? This was in Gusto's room, wasn't it? I mean, it's his teapot, but it was... was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room?
Take that. Take that.
I'm just guessing at this point.
Take that. Take that.
Hmm.
Take that.
It really is.
Take that.
Whoa.
I'm gonna throw up.
Take that.
There are finger marks on one of Tangaroa's creations. Yes. Those weren't in the fucking... But none of these things were in Tangaroa's room. What are they talking about? What the hell is even that, bro? Supposing they belong to the murderer. Could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. How do you know so much about the crime scene? Bro, I'm the fucking defender? Because I let them around, too. You let the defense examine the scene, Bat? Are you out of your mind? I'm sorry. Is that not what I'm supposed to do? I don't remember you telling me not to. Insolent worm. You would do well to remember this then, detective. That the results of your next salary review are up to me. Oof. Detective Bad's in trouble now, too. I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. And you do well to remember that the results of your salary review are up to your performance here. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. But it's entirely possible that those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations. But can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there is still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat?
Oh, stop it, Greggy, stop it, stop it! Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal, Delisha? I owned up to nibbling poor semi-poopable sweeties. What more do you want?
I don't want to have to make you a suspect, that much is certain. But you lied to us, and you're still not telling us everything.
Greggy, stop it! Stop bullying me!
I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of a professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? You chud. It's gonna do the evil voice soon. I know.
I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry. I'm just a silly muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say?
I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. Objection. Enough. I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourself. Evidence is everything in a courtroom, in case you've forgotten. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand that you present something to back it up. I don't know, the fact that she has no idea what she's doing? Is that not enough? Is that not enough to provide, to just be like, hey, she's lying? But this isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless, what proof do I have that Miss Sconce doesn't know the first thing about making desserts? The fake confections? Every single one of Miss Sconce's creations break the rules of the contest. Objections. Ace Attorney games are so moon logic to me anyway. Yeah, for real. It always is just like, here's what we want you to know, and we're gonna tell you what we don't want you to know later. The offending items, the cloths and the lamps, were duly confiscated as we have established. Okay, but that does bring into question her ability. The witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself. But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it. It's all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. No real-world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is this true bad? Yep, saw it with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes. It was like squish, squish. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place... Feet talk. Your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects.
But no, dear, I'm no killer.
Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work?
Oh, all right. You've got me. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before me. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it.
A pharmacist? I can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we'd imagined. So what's someone in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one?
Well, I just love eating sweeties, if you must know. And semi-poople sweets are the best, or so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final.
Even Mr. Von Karma is lost for words. That's it? That's the only reason you're here?
Yes, dearie. And it was worth it. Samson Silly Pants' sweeties are the tastiest treats I ever did eat.
And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves?
No, that wasn't me, dear. I don't even wear gloves. Can't find any that fit my hands.
Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves.
Exactly, Lambkin. Greggy Peglegs got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman.
Is your head filled with cream too?
Sorry, mannequins.
Head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled?
No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tipped over to Chillywink's room for a little taste too.
You were in the victim's room too?
Yes, dear, nobody was in there, you see.
Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead.
But I could only stomach one bite. I never tasted anything so salty in my life. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off to the side to cleanse my palate.
You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed. What didn't she sample?
That's everything, I promise. Greggy Pegos, mannequins, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things.
As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Do not think for a second that this means I myself believe in you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Mr. Von Kalmer, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions. Accompany me if you like. Don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. We'd like to accompany you all the same. Shouldn't the investigations have been done before accusing people? Yeah. But it's Ace Attorney. December 24th, 9 o'clock p.m. Contest venue, Frost Room. What is the meaning of this? Whoa. When we got to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Why'd that rhyme? Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest, a murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach. It was going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. Burn it around, bam, bam. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain. Whoa, went deep on that one. Sorry, Miles Areno. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Von Karma was the one in charge, after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. I'm sure you know a thing or two about rough with the way I've seen fan art of you and Phoenix Wright. A year? This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Or did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed, and the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these icy marvels, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for bids, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? Fender, perhaps you should look more closely at worth by naming edging. Worth by naming edging by nature. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. Idiot. It is? Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Oh. Some returning faces again. Brr. I see they're still keeping it chilly as heck in these rooms. About to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right, it is like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. Temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Hey, Milester, can you go peep the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such thing as too cold, yeah? Alright, if you insist. If you exist. Take your time, mosey around and take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so he can have a gander. Of course. Huh. Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the heart. According to the pamphlet, the Winter Wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Hoo-wee! That's colder than a snowman's cold bits. Freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's gonna get a snuggle. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Don't snuggle me. I'm not partial to being snuggled. Its lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not the only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during, not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations are displayed in the Winter Wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing too. It doesn't look like a night. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. It's a huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. It's a constellation engraved into the surface along with some explanatory text. Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, Zoom Zoom, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Why am I saying this out loud to no one? There are 2 large ice statues on display here. Yes, these are the remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching whoa, what's going on? Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead, so many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, Milester. Would you mind looking this way for a sec? This way? Beautiful, yeah, just like that. Oh. Fender? Really? Say cheese. He looks so cute. My little gay boy. Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy, my bad. Had to check if this old thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yup, vintage model. Ever hear of an instant camera? It develops the picture right after you take the shot. Take the shot. Still twist my noggin trying to think of how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Should've known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. Ow. Ow. For all of his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Ooh, I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold, and they develop right away. Wanna see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face... Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these 2 sculptures represent? Zodiac signs? Appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, 2 constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo! He shoots, he scores. Ooh, you're a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. So the victim made these same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago? Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. Only ever saw the old ones in photos, though. But these are the spit of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me. Yup, think Gregory would have wanted you to see him too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Paleo. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot over to the another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do a full tour while we're here. I suppose so. What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Not Larry. There's someone on the ground. What's that? Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy. You should have seen it. It was awful. Just calm down and tell me why there is an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything. He just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Uh-oh. Is everything alright?
Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys?
Wait, the smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone, with me. There's no moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. Oh, shit. "10:42 a.m. Oh, they gave Larry like extra movement. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedics said that there are no signs of external injury, that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive, just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. Couldn't help but noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. It was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. Confectioner. So he was here 18 years ago, too. Any hoozles. This guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Mazzarino? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Maurice Dunham when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Maurice Dunham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa, grade school buddies. I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries from my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Maurice, Edgy. How many times do I have to tell you it's Maurice? What are you doing here? What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good. Now talk. You wanna know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon. My very real girlfriend. So I thought I'd better scope the place out. So not actually for your art at all. Maurice, my man. An artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure. It's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Isn't that right, Edgeworth, Mr. Miles? Spare me. Oh, by the way, Mauricio, did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, that. The old guy, he just appeared and then splat. He was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud. The least we should be able to hope for. Sorry.
Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager.
Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes.
Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure.
She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here.
I can't believe you had to go through something so awful. And on our first day in business.
Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh wait, I guess I'd better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late great Gregory.
Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well.
Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2.
Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions.
She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I get an autograph? You can write it in here.
Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing.
Why do you want it, Larry? Rude. You know who she is, right? Come on, Miles, sir. You don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing. Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here is a living legend. It's not just TV, movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors.
Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. Oh, you and me are peas in a pod, Maurice. Peas in a gosh danged pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity.
A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor.
Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy, seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. Oh, no worries, Cypher. Welcome back.
He's a real live wire, that one.
That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now?
You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long.
Delicia Scone. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? We sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a coinky-dink.
Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea?
A drop of the old Judy-bound special blend? Why not, for old time's sake? That would be lovely, thank you.
Now, if you'll both excuse me, better go and explain things to the other visitors.
You go do your thing, Jews. Thanks again. You take that sweet piece of ass with you. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. I don't know how you pronounce that. Ceylon? Ceylon? I don't know. Let's give it a try. Oh, it's poisoned. This is a fine blend, a top quality Ceylon indeed. Its citrus aroma. It's said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jews cooled the sauces back then, not today though, it seems. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time? It's like Avengers. It's nothing like Avengers. Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you're all right. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender.
We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack and we came as fast as we could.
Well, if it isn't the cavalry, come on, team, bring it in.
No way. You stink. Besides, you're both doing fine. Yummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing.
Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kate with you?
Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and 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 I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ.
Then run away, don't chase the poor detective.
All set, sir. You just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating.
Oh, wait.
All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. The gas can still be dangerous.
Alright, what? We're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy.
Did I see the monster here?
What?
No way. Gummy almost looks like a real detective.
A little bit of an insult.
I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective? This is Edgeworth speaking.
Mr. Andrews, you got the gas as much as you can have, sir.
Oh, I took my mask off.
Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see.
Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal.
Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal? That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing.
Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. Sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading.
The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire?
No, sir. And the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke.
If that's meant to be Columbo?
When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas is smoke and trigger. Guess they read the gas is smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way.
And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off?
This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across the security.
I think the fact that Ottoman went her the wrong way around is going to play a part. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Well, they both have the same... They seem like they have they both have the same setup. I don't know what's in the spring and summer wing, but... Very suspicious. Compounded with the fact that we also... I don't think Gregory ever went into Edgeworth Senior ever went into the room now known as the Autumn Wing, which is interesting. Which means that if they're gonna try to like recreate things, it's gonna be tough because they never got to see it. Well, no, they did see it. They just cut it at the very end. They saw it and then they were like, "What the heck?" That was like the end of the last act, where they like saw the ice room or whatever. But I think that was definitely on purpose. A little snacky. I got some black and white cookies with my name on them. I don't know if I like these. I don't know if I'm a big fan of black and white cookies. But I have them, so. I mean, they're fine.
But if I were to, if you put like a whole smorgasbord of sweets around me, black and white cookies would probably be not the first thing that I choose. All goes in the same hole? Have a good shower. Oh. She was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yup. Welcome back, Isfig. Yup, seems they can only be switched on manually. Only from there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. Oh, nope. Nope, that was me. Sorry, sir. If it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. Brr, and one more thing, it's freezing in here. My balls are fucking little ice balls here. Jesus. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing. It's like fucking... It's like Game of Thrones, winter is coming. Anybody watch Game of Thrones? Nobody? Okay. No one says anything. Continue, detective. So the autumn wing is cold too. I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? I don't know. It's about all I got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. 11:15 a.m. What did Gummy have to say? Something about Game of Thrones. He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. Huh? I don't get it. I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh yeah, there is one guy. Miles' best bud. His what? We have to. And I guess we do have to. Wait, that's... Okay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh... You're looking as fresh-faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right? So here's the deal, Kay. I'm Laurice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artiste. Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Laurice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. Miles Edgeworth. We knew you were talking about me. Okay. Maybe I wasn't. I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy and stabbed him, that doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything, and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound so sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. He's an idiot. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. Thank you. His ability to cause trouble too. I suppose I'd better find out what he did this time. It's chess time. Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't see anything, I didn't do anything, and you can't prove me otherwise. Whoa, what are these these chess pieces? It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Mind chess commence. Why are you here? Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Hey, you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait, and when I'm done I'll scribble all over it. They're all just scribbles to begin with. Just admit it. Admit your testimony is riddled with inconsistencies. What do you mean, Edgy? Why you always gotta say stuff like that? I didn't think it would upset you so badly. Guess I should watch what I say. Okay, why are you here? Bide my time. Bide my time. I'm joking, okay? I'd never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps, I imagine I might struggle to agree. Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything. Anything at all. And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? What, a guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know. Why not come here together? I really do just gotta like... Alright. Why are you here? Bide my time. Bide my time. Bide my time. Bide my time. Oh, fine. Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on her date. I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But, you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kind of like it. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So, to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu. Bro, I'm operating on a sliver of a second right now. There we go. What? How'd you figure all that out? From your insistent prattling. You just can't help yourself, can you? Fine. I won't say another word. Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. Well, we'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. What did you do once you got here? Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here. What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. Welcome back. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was there, what was where. I just kind of hung around by the fountain. You didn't get a pamphlet?
You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? Huh? You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here? You didn't pay upon entry? Bide my time. You didn't get a pamphlet. You didn't pay upon entry? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I thought entry must be free. I was saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time? Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. Right after she finally got the place open for business too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? How? How'd you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. There's not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. I'm done with you. Go home. Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing? The Winter Wing? The Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You mean you didn't go in? You tried to get in, but you couldn't? Yeah, exactly. Wanted to get in there, but... That old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you. Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door and then down he went. Wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? Is that stupid poison gas thing? If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead, my very real girlfriend. I think it's time to pull in my clue. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues of your girlfriend? For your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. I did not see something. But that doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? Really, Larry, you could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. No,
How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine. I guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer.
I'm not sure there's much point in trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. Wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate.
Mind chess checkmate. I couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
You keep talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible.
What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost or a ghost statue or something?
Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the winter wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. The pamphlet? Take a look at this pamphlet. The autumn wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the winter wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It does seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess, so the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination too, either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? I drew a picture of it all, got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But, I'm still not that confident in my work, so... Well, I want to see. Really? Alright, here. Whoa. What on earth? It's grotesque. Trying to tell me that the statue is crying tears of blood? I have to say, Laureus, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. Freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud. So I wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish, that's what I mean. A goddess with a fishy bottom half? Sounds like Pisces to me. But it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Wow, really? Was she an IG baddie? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish. Edgy. Do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish. That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. Imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Oh, look at you, tucking it carefully in your organizer. I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. Pee on it. You're the worst, Edgy, the worst. Kinda freaky deaky though, huh? Statue with the bottom half that changes shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in there in the autumn wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, Detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. A good detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue.
You're going in there, Kay? Then maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright, everyone, to the Autumn Wing. Here we are at last. It really does look like a lot like the Winter Wing.
Glad you could make it. Glad you could make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry.
No, for the last time, your name is Maurice Dunham.
Okay, Horace.
Detective, your report, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently.
Somebody using it to heat something? Was the step ladder already like that when you entered?
It's a ladder, but guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid.
Is that so? The Pisces statue.
Huh? You sure up on your constellation, sir. You know what the one on the other case is, too.
This is the Autumn Wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn.
Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's draped around it kind of tripped me up.
Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident too?
Taking a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases too. Yeah, that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad. Sure, let me whip them all right off for you. Wow, they're beautiful.
So the transformation Larry witnessed, could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away? See, Edgy, see? I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't mistaken. Ugh. Listen, Milester, I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look like the Winter Wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in just such a way as to make them look similar. With a cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half and he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Fender? Uh-oh. Mr. Winner and Judge Gabelle. Ugh, what the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear?
Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I've failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you.
You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around.
It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot.
Oh, what? You mean...
Exactly. Your, salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to payday now. Always wanted to say that.
Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people.
Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right.
Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I'm saying at all. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump.
Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed grounds of this scene.
What?
We only just got here. The goddess of justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace, and Eustace alone.
By which you mean this is Mr. Winner's case. That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything. What did you say? A suspect already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. It's unsurprisingly that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase.
Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude.
Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy?
Wow, he's totally shameless.
Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions, and he told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second. Let me just call him real quick.
Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why let him make the call if you know the answer? The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals, ubiquium and asphyxion.
What kind of chemicals are they?
Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products, paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it is entirely benign.
So it's something anyone could get their hands on.
Precisely, but the same cannot be said for asphyxion.
That does sound nasty. What's it used for?
What do you think? It is the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from.
Together they make pink goo. I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now. Don't waste your breath. Judge Gabelle informed us already.
Huh? Oh, great. That'll make this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, ubiquium, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist.
You can't accuse me just because of that. What the heck? Objection to the paints on the palette in your hand. Edgy, is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed, I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here.
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you, nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions? Winning?
Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers. Winner's winning deduction. Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim, and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Cavell? You think so too, right?
It is a possibility that certainty can't be discounted. Certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime?
Or something more sinister. The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps. Think you might have left my heart there, you know? And you might have picked it up. Okay, man. I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict. Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best. Quit stalling. You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. Submit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs, because I win. I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice. Okay. Classic 4-part. Let's just press. I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character. First to admit? You're trying to beat me to it? But you can't, because I'm the winner. I'm the first rate always. Huh? I'm a first-rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. We do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right? Which means your friend's paint makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff, too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gabelle? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you? He's carrying paint on his... Okay. Yeah. It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas. Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either. Was that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Edgeworth's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. It sounds as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he had pain and he was closest to the victim. That's really all you're basing your suspicion of Mr. Butts on? What? You have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up. He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is, so let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener. Also, we know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, he even phoned the other guy and he still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's a waste of all time. The gas the victim was poisoned with is made of ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. But not anybody could have asphyxia. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid, unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree that I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sulfur of Pisces. It did, and it was created by that artist guy. With the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice, one prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxion. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. No, it wouldn't? I thought they said the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium. So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report?
Yeah.
So the gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude that should be worrying about. You should be worrying about. My aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability, or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago, is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I am doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the autumn wing. And secondly, that you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is that the combination of the red ubiquium with white asphyxion, how exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure out that before anything else? Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. I'm gonna get some more water real quick. I will be right back. I got a little PB&J. I got like a bunch of pre-made PB&Js. Interesting case. This feels like the type of case that they would save for like the end of the game. So I'm very intrigued as to like what they're gonna be doing with it. If this is the third case, I can only imagine how the last two cases are gonna be. Sorry, I had to get some food in me. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or that he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you. I can certainly point you towards a vital clue as to how it was done. He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. I kind of love doing Eustace's voice because it's just like a sassy gay twink, which is easy because that's kind of me already. It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. If you are sure. Come on then, show me what you got. What shows how the gas was created then, huh? The blowtorch? Oh my god. The poison gas ingredients? Huh? The sketch? You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas? Yes. Heh. That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears, Mr. Butts saw. That was the ubiquium. Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit? How much time am I going to waste taking him through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something else inside that case. Excuse me. What? And what evidence do you have that that's what happened? The evidence is right here in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids have mixed together. The puddle. Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxion? We have an artist with us. Why don't we talk to him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white? Don't treat me like a dumb, Edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white makes pink. Any idiot knows that red and white makes yellow. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks, your baby pinks, your hot pinks, your twink pinks. That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? But for some reason, Drosera's hair doesn't make pink. Oh, I think I do. You make Whim as red, Asphyxion is white, mix the two together, and you get pink, and that's what pink liquid is. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Yes, interesting. I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Oof, she's a cold one, but I like it. Who, mommy? You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth, especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the autumn wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that. Mr. Gusto? He is still unconscious and in critical condition. He is? Oh. Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his investigation of the area. It would be, if you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. Hold it. The presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Oh, well, unfortunately, it's happened more times than I can count. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist? If you would just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Verity Gavel. I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets. Oh, finally she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurice Dunham, but you can call me Laurice. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Dunham. Oh yeah, sorry. It's just there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the same time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid. Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that. Yup, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Mouserito? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. So, Winterway. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time? The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Okay, guys. I'm feeling, we're at a stopping place for today. Interesting case so far. I'm, looking forward to seeing how it continues. We will be back tonight for... What are we doing? I think it's Ocarina. So I will see you then. Love you guys so much, and as always, ciao. Bye everybody. Wow.